Hello, fellow explorer. I'm glad you found your way here. Welcome to Midnight Explorations, a quiet place for gentle journeys and deep rest. Tonight, we travel together along the world's longest river, following those who searched for the source of the Nile. These are stories of ancient mystery and Victorian ambition, of fever and patience, of maps that showed mountains no one had seen, and lakes that existed only in hope. For the next little while, there's nothing for you to do and nowhere for you to go. Let the day fade into the distance and focus on getting comfortable and breathing deeply. There is no urgency here, only the slow movement of water through papyrus marshes, the creak of a felucca's sail, the distant call of birds at dawn. Let these stories carry you along, drifting with the current, as explorers once followed the river toward its hidden beginning. Close your eyes now and let go. For thousands of years, the Nile arrived in Egypt without explanation. Each summer, as the fields baked under the sun and the irrigation channels ran dry, the river would begin to rise. Slowly at first, then with gathering force, the waters would swell and spread across the floodplain, carrying dark silt from lands beyond the horizon. The flood was Egypt's heartbeat, the rhythm around which all life was organized. Farmers waited for it, priests predicted it, pharaohs built their calendars by it, and yet no one knew where it came from. The river simply appeared, flowing northward through the desert, a ribbon of green in a world of sand, arriving from somewhere unimaginably far to the south. The Egyptians called it Iteru, the river, as if there could be no other. They knew that it flowed from the direction of Nubia, that it passed through cataracts and gorges, that it received tributaries from distant highlands. But the true source, the place where the waters first gathered and began their long journey to the sea, remained beyond their reach. The river was a gift from the gods, and perhaps it was enough to receive it without understanding. The annual flood brought fertility to the fields, fish to the marshes, transport for goods and armies. What more did one need to know? And yet the question lingered. Where did the Nile begin? What mountains or lakes or hidden springs fed its endless flow? The mystery was not merely geographical, but touched something deeper in the human imagination. The river was the source of life in a land surrounded by death. The desert stretched away on either side, hostile and eternal, and only the Nile made existence possible. To know where that life-giving water originated was to know something fundamental about the order of the world, about the very origins of civilization itself. The question would endure for millennia, passed from civilization to civilization, from speculation to speculation, until at last, in the 19th century, men would set out to answer it once and for all. The ancient Egyptians were practical people, more interested in managing the Nile than in tracing it to its source. Their civilization had grown up along the river's banks, shaped by its rhythms, dependent on its annual gift of water and silt. They built irrigation channels to extend the flood's reach, constructed nilometers to measure its rise, developed calendars to predict its arrival. The engineering was sophisticated, the result of centuries of observation and refinement. But the engineering was local, concerned with the Nile as it flowed through Egypt, not with its distant origins. Their knowledge of the river extended southward as far as their political and commercial interests reached. They knew of Nubia, the land of gold and ivory beyond the first cataract at Aswan. Egyptian expeditions had ventured into Nubia since the Old Kingdom, seeking the precious resources of the south. They established trading posts, built fortresses, and occasionally conquered territories that extended their reach up the river. The pharaohs of the New Kingdom, around 1500 BCE, controlled territory as far south as the Fourth Cataract, hundreds of kilometers beyond the traditional frontier. Beyond Nubia lay the unknown. Egyptian traders had contact with the kingdoms of Kush and Meroe, receiving exotic goods from even further south: ivory, ebony, incense, and the skins of exotic animals. Some of these goods came from the Ethiopian highlands, carried along trade routes that connected the Nile Valley to the Red Sea coast. The Egyptians knew that the river had tributaries, that it received waters from the east as well as the south. But the White Nile, the longer and more mysterious branch, remained largely unexplored. Its upper reaches lay beyond the effective control of any Mediterranean power, guarded by distance, disease, and the vast swamps that blocked passage to the south. The river itself seemed to discourage investigation. South of the confluence, at what would later be called Khartoum, where the Blue and White Niles join, the land became increasingly difficult. The White Nile narrowed and broadened, wandered through channels choked with floating vegetation, lost itself in marshes that stretched to the horizon. This was the Sud, a name derived from the Arabic word for barrier, and it was aptly named. The papyrus and reeds grew so thickly that boats could not pass, their channels blocked by masses of rotting vegetation that formed floating islands. The water was shallow, the current sluggish, the air thick with insects that carried disease. It was a place where expeditions went to die. Their boats stuck fast, their men weakened by fever, their supplies exhausted long before they reached open water again. For the Egyptians, this was the edge of the known world. Beyond the Sud lay only rumor and legend. Traders and travelers brought stories of great lakes in the interior, of mountains capped with snow even at the equator, of rivers that flowed in directions that made no sense on any existing understanding. These stories were collected, repeated, embellished, but they were not verified. The practical business of empire did not require such verification. The Nile provided what Egypt needed, and that was enough. The Egyptians worshipped the river as a god. Hapi was depicted as a plump figure with pendulous breasts, symbolizing the fertility that the flood brought to the land. Temples were built in his honor, and priests performed rituals to ensure the flood's arrival. The Nile was not a problem to be solved, but a mystery to be venerated. Its source was hidden, perhaps deliberately so, by the gods who controlled its flow. To seek that source might be to overstep the bounds of mortal knowledge, to intrude upon the divine order that sustained the world. The Greeks inherited the question of the Nile's source, along with much else from Egyptian civilization. Greek merchants and scholars had lived in Egypt since at least the 7th century before the Common Era, trading in the Delta, studying in the temples, absorbing the accumulated wisdom of the ancient kingdom. They were fascinated by the Nile, by its annual flood, by the stark contrast between the green valley and the surrounding desert, and they were curious about its origins in a way that the Egyptians perhaps had not been. Herodotus, the great traveler and historian, visited Egypt around 450 BCE and devoted considerable attention to the Nile in his histories. He interviewed priests and officials, traveled as far south as Elephantine near the First Cataract, and collected every story and theory he could find about the river's source. The priests at Sais told him of a bottomless spring between two mountains, Crofi and Mofi, from which the Nile emerged. Herodotus was skeptical, but recorded the tale. He noted that no one he spoke to could explain why the Nile flooded in summer, when other rivers were at their lowest. He considered various theories, that the winter winds held back the water, that the sun drew moisture from the river in summer and released it when its course moved south, that the flood was caused by melting snow in distant mountains. This last theory he dismissed, reasoning that it made no sense for snow to exist in the hot lands of Africa. He was wrong, of course, but he had no way of knowing it. The riddle of the Nile's flood fascinated Greek thinkers precisely because it defied the patterns they observed elsewhere. Rivers in Greece and Asia Minor rose in winter and spring, fed by rains and snowmelt from nearby mountains. The Nile did the opposite, swelling in the hottest months when logic suggested it should shrink. This inversion of the expected order made the river seem almost magical, a phenomenon that demanded explanation but resisted all attempts to provide one. The priests of Egypt offered religious answers. The philosophers of Greece sought natural causes. Neither succeeded in solving the puzzle, but their efforts established the Nile's source as one of the great questions of the ancient world. The Greek approach to the Nile was characterized by speculation rather than exploration. Philosophers and geographers debated the river's origins in the academies of Athens and Alexandria, proposing theories based on logic, analogy, and the imperfect reports of travelers. Aristotle speculated that the Nile rose in mountains he called the Silver Mountains, though he had no evidence for their existence beyond the general principle that great rivers must have great sources. His student Theophrastus suggested that the flood was caused by seasonal rains in Ethiopia, a theory that came closer to the truth than most. Eratosthenes, the librarian of Alexandria, who calculated the circumference of the earth with remarkable accuracy, placed the source of the Nile in a pair of lakes far to the south. These ideas circulated through the Greek-speaking world, discussed in academies and written into geography texts, but they remain speculation. No Greek expedition ever reached the Upper Nile. The knowledge was second-hand at best, filtered through Egyptian intermediaries, shaped by wishful thinking and the limits of imagination. The Nile's source became one of the great riddles of classical geography, alongside the question of the Earth's shape and the nature of the ocean that surrounded the known world. The Greeks also transmitted older legends about the Nile, stories that may have originated in Egypt or Nubia, or the trading networks that connected the Mediterranean to the African interior. One persistent tale spoke of a merchant named Diogenes who had traveled inland from the East African coast and reached high white mountains from which great rivers flowed. Whether Diogenes was a real person, whether he made the journey attributed to him, whether his account was accurate or embellished, is impossible to know. But his story would have profound consequences for how Europeans imagined Africa for the next 1500 years. It was Claudius Ptolemy, working in Alexandria around 150 CE, who gave the mystery its most enduring form. Ptolemy was not an explorer, but a scholar, a compiler and synthesizer of geographical knowledge. His geography was an attempt to map the entire known world, from Britain to India, from the Baltic to the sources of the Nile. He drew on centuries of accumulated reports, merchant accounts, military expeditions, and scholarly speculation to create a systematic picture of the Earth's surface. And at the heart of Africa, in the blank space where knowledge failed, he placed the mountains of the moon. According to Ptolemy, the Nile rose in two great lakes fed by snow from these mountains. The lakes lay at the equator, in a region that no Mediterranean traveler had ever seen. The mountains themselves were impossibly tall, their peaks white with eternal snow even in the heart of tropical Africa. From the lakes flowed rivers that joined and became the Nile, carrying the waters of the mountains northward through desert and marsh to Egypt and the sea. It was an elegant theory, plausible in its geography, satisfying in its symmetry, and it was almost entirely invented. Ptolemy's source for the mountains of the moon appears to have been the account attributed to Diogenes, combined with earlier speculation about the sources of the Nile. The twin lakes fitted the pattern that geographers expected, providing a neat reservoir system to explain the river's steady flow. The snow-capped mountains provided a source for the water that filled the lakes, an explanation for the mystery of a river that flowed through desert without diminishing. Everything fitted together, a beautiful construction of logic and inference that had only one flaw. It was largely imaginary. What made Ptolemy's geography so influential was not its accuracy, but its authority. Ptolemy was a scholar of enormous reputation, and his geography was the most comprehensive mapping of the known world that had ever been produced. Later generations treated it as definitive, copying its maps, citing its coordinates, building on its framework. The mountains of the moon appeared on maps well into the 19th century, long after European explorers had begun to penetrate the African interior. They were a geographical ghost, a speculation that had hardened into orthodoxy, a guess that had become a fact. The persistence of Ptolemy's imagined geography reflected a deeper truth about how knowledge was created and transmitted in the ancient and medieval worlds. Information was scarce, travel was dangerous, and the resources for systematic exploration were rarely available. Scholars worked with what they had, building theories from fragments, filling gaps with logic and inference. Once a theory became established, it took on a life of its own, reproduced by copyists, taught to students, treated as settled truth until new evidence forced a revision. The mountains of the moon endured because no one had the means to disprove them, and because the neat symmetry of Ptolemy's theory was intellectually satisfying, even if it was empirically unfounded. The Romans, who ruled Egypt for centuries, made their own attempts to solve the mystery. The Nile was of immense strategic importance to Rome. Egypt was the breadbasket of the empire, its grain feeding the population of the capital. Control of the Nile meant control of that grain supply, and the emperors took a keen interest in the river. They invested heavily in Egypt's irrigation systems, repaired canals, and maintained the infrastructure that kept the agricultural economy functioning. But they also wondered, as the Greeks and Egyptians had wondered before them, where all this water came from. In 66 CE, the Emperor Nero reportedly sent an expedition up the Nile with orders to find its source. The expedition was led by 2 centurions, or in some accounts, Praetorian guards, and it was equipped with boats, supplies, and letters of introduction to the local rulers. The purpose of the expedition has been debated by historians. Some see it as a genuine scientific inquiry, reflecting Nero's interest in natural philosophy. Others suggest it was reconnaissance for a military campaign, mapping the river for a potential invasion of Ethiopia. Still others view it as a publicity stunt, a demonstration of imperial reach and ambition. Whatever its purpose, the expedition made good progress at first. They passed the cataracts, negotiated with the kingdom of Meroe, and continued southward into increasingly unfamiliar territory. They recorded the names of tribes, the positions of villages, the character of the landscape. They noted the tributaries that joined the main river, the changes in vegetation as they moved south, the increasing heat and humidity. But eventually, they reached the Sud. The reports that survived describe vast marshes where the river disappeared into an endless expanse of vegetation. The water was too shallow for their boats, the channels too choked to navigate. The men sickened with fever. The local guides could tell them nothing useful about what lay beyond. After struggling for some time in those trackless swamps, the expedition turned back, reporting to Nero that the source of the Nile remained undiscovered. The failure of Nero's expedition confirmed what the Egyptians had known for centuries. The Sud was impassable. The swamps formed a barrier as effective as any mountain range, protecting the upper Nile from intrusion. For the next 1800 years, no recorded expedition would penetrate significantly further. The source of the Nile remained hidden behind a wall of papyrus and fever, as mysterious as ever. The Sud's impenetrability was not merely a matter of vegetation. The swamps bred diseases that European and Mediterranean bodies had no resistance to. Malaria, spread by mosquitoes that thrived in the stagnant waters, could fell an entire expedition within weeks. The heat was relentless, sapping the strength of men accustomed to cooler climates. And the psychological effect of the endless, featureless marshland should not be underestimated. Day after day of struggling through identical channels, never knowing if progress was being made, could break the spirit of even the most determined explorer. The Sud was a barrier of water, disease, and despair. Travelers came and went, theories were proposed and debated, but the fundamental geography remained unknown. The river rose each year, flooded the fields, receded to its banks, and revealed nothing of its origins. The medieval Arab geographers who inherited the classical tradition approached the question with fresh energy, but similar limitations. After the Islamic conquest of Egypt in the 7th century, Arab scholars gained access to the accumulated knowledge of Greek and Roman geography. They translated Ptolemy, studied Herodotus, and added their own observations from the expanding Islamic world. The Abbasid Caliphate encouraged learning, founding libraries and academies where scholars could work, and geography was among the disciplines that flourished. Al-Khwarizmi, writing in Baghdad in the 9th century, incorporated Ptolemy's twin lakes and mountains of the moon into his geography, though he adjusted their positions based on newer information. His work was influential, forming the basis for Islamic cartography for centuries. Al-Idrisi, the great 12th century geographer who worked at the court of Roger II of Sicily, produced maps that showed the Nile rising in mountains south of the equator and flowing through a series of lakes before reaching Egypt. These maps were more detailed than Ptolemy's, incorporating reports from Arab traders who had penetrated further into East Africa than any classical explorer. But they were still speculative, still dependent on hearsay and inference rather than direct observation. The Arab geographers knew more about East Africa than their Greek and Roman predecessors. They knew of the gold trade from Great Zimbabwe, the ivory from the interior, the slaves who were shipped across the Indian Ocean to markets in Arabia and Persia. They knew that the coast was punctuated by trading cities, Swahili towns, where Arab merchants exchanged cloth and metalwork for African goods. Some of these merchants traveled inland, following trade routes to kingdoms in the interior. They brought back reports of great lakes, of mountains visible on the horizon, of rivers that flowed through forests and grasslands. These reports were compiled, compared, and incorporated into geographical treatises. The Arab geographers developed a sophisticated understanding of East African trade networks, of the political structures of the coastal cities, of the monsoon winds that govern navigation in the Indian Ocean. But none of them reached the source of the Nile. The interior remained too distant, too dangerous, too difficult to penetrate. The heart of Africa remained terra incognita, a blank space on the map filled with speculation and hope. The Arab period also saw the development of astronomical and mathematical techniques for determining geographical positions. Scholars calculated latitudes and longitudes, measured distances, and attempted to create more accurate maps of the known world. But these techniques could only be applied to places that had been visited, and the interior of Africa had not been visited by anyone whose reports could be verified. The mountains of the moon remained on the maps, a legacy of Ptolemy's authority that no amount of mathematical sophistication could dislodge. The modern search for the Nile source began in the early 19th century as European powers extended their reach into Africa. The centuries between the Arab geographers and the Victorian explorers had seen little progress in understanding the river's origins. European maps of Africa showed the same features that Ptolemy had described: twin lakes, snow-capped mountains, rivers flowing northward through blank spaces. The interior was decorated with drawings of elephants and lions, with tribal names that meant nothing, with the Latin phrase that appeared on so many maps of unknown regions: Hic sunt dracones, here be dragons. In 1821, Egypt's Ottoman ruler, Muhammad Ali, sent an army up the Nile to conquer Sudan. His motives were mixed. He wanted control of the slave trade, access to the gold rumored to lie in the south, and the strategic advantage of dominating the Upper Nile. The conquest was brutal, but it opened the river to European travelers as never before. Missionaries, merchants, and adventurers followed in the wake of the Egyptian army, pushing further south than any European had gone since Roman times. They mapped the river, studied the peoples along its banks, and reported their observations to geographical societies in Europe. The Blue Nile was traced to its source relatively early. This branch of the river rises in the Ethiopian highlands, at Lake Tana, a body of water known to local inhabitants for centuries and visited by Portuguese missionaries as early as the 17th century. The Scottish explorer James Bruce reached Lake Tana in 1770 and claimed to have discovered the source of the Nile, though his claim was disputed, and the region was already known to the Ethiopian Church and State. Bruce was a controversial figure, and his account of his travels was met with skepticism in some quarters. But his journey demonstrated that Europeans could penetrate the Ethiopian highlands and return alive, opening the way for later explorers. The White Nile was a different matter. South of Khartoum, the river's character changed. It became sluggish, spread into multiple channels, lost itself in the Sud. By the 1840s, Egyptian expeditions had pushed through the worst of the swamps and reached the country of the Dinka and Nuer, pastoral peoples who lived along the upper river. But beyond this point, the White Nile remained a mystery. Where did it come from? What lakes or mountains fed its flow? European geographers pored over their maps, debated competing theories, and waited for someone to provide an answer. The question of the White Nile source became entangled with broader questions about the geography of equatorial Africa. European explorers knew that the interior of the continent contained Great Lakes. Arab traders had reported them for centuries. The question was how these lakes related to one another and to the Nile. Did the river flow from a single Great Lake, as some theories suggested, or from multiple sources that converged in the north? And what of Ptolemy's mountains of the moon? Were they real? And if so, where? The Royal Geographical Society in London took a particular interest in these questions. The society had been founded in 1830 to promote geographical discovery, and the source of the Nile was among its most coveted prizes. In the 1850s, the society began sponsoring expeditions to East Africa, hoping to resolve the mystery once and for all. The expeditions were dangerous undertakings. The East African interior was racked by disease, particularly malaria and dysentery, and the political situation was volatile. Slave traders operated throughout the region, and their activities had destabilized many local kingdoms. Nevertheless, the lure of discovery was strong, and the society had no shortage of volunteers. The most significant of these expeditions set out from Zanzibar in June 1857. Its leaders were Richard Francis Burton and John Hanning Speke, two British officers with very different temperaments, but a shared ambition to solve the Nile problem. Burton was a polymath, a linguist who spoke over 24 languages, a scholar of Eastern cultures, a man of enormous energy and controversial opinions. He had travelled widely in India and the Middle East, had made a pilgrimage to Mecca in disguise, had written extensively on the peoples and customs of the lands he visited. Speke was quieter, more conventional, a soldier and hunter who had served in India and had some experience in African exploration. Together, they would make one of the most important and contentious journeys in the history of exploration. Burton and Speke's expedition followed the established caravan routes from the coast into the interior. These routes had been developed over centuries by Arab traders seeking ivory, slaves, and other goods from the African interior. The caravans were large, often consisting of hundreds of porters, guards, and hangers-on, moving slowly through the bush with loads of trade goods balanced on their heads. It was exhausting work. The paths were rough, the distances immense, the climate unforgiving. The expedition struggled with desertions, illness, and the constant need to negotiate with local chiefs for permission to pass through their territories. Both Burton and Speke fell seriously ill during the journey. Malaria was endemic in the region, and both men suffered repeated bouts of fever that left them weak and delirious. Speke was struck by an infection that temporarily blinded him, making it impossible for him to read or write for weeks. Burton developed an inflammation of the jaw that left him unable to speak properly. The expedition crawled forward, delayed by sickness, waiting for its leaders to recover enough to continue. It was a pattern that would repeat itself throughout the journey, a grinding test of endurance that pushed both men to their limits. The caravan route passed through varied terrain, coastal plains, highland forests, dry scrubland, and the territories of various peoples who demanded tribute for passage. The expedition had to negotiate constantly, distributing cloth and beads to secure permission to continue, waiting for days or weeks while discussions continued. Burton, despite his illness, used the time to study the peoples they encountered, taking notes on their languages, customs, and beliefs. Speke, when he could see, hunted for specimens and made observations on the wildlife. Both men kept journals that would later become the basis for their published accounts of the journey. The journey of the caravans through East Africa deserves more attention, for it was in these slow months of travel that the true character of exploration revealed itself. The routes from the coast had been established over generations by traders seeking ivory, slaves, and other commodities. They wound through landscapes of extraordinary variety. The humid coastal belt with its coconut palms and mangrove swamps, the dry thorn scrub of the interior, the Miombo woodlands where trees shed their leaves in the dry season, the highland grasslands where cattle grazed and mist clung to the hills at dawn. Each stage of the journey presented its own challenges. The coastal zone was thick with mosquitoes, and many porters fell ill within the first weeks of travel. The tsetse fly belt, where the insects carried sleeping sickness, had to be crossed quickly, with the expedition moving at night when the flies were less active. The dry season brought dust and thirst. The wet season brought mud and swollen rivers that could not be crossed. Progress was measured not in miles per day, but in hours of actual movement, with much of each day devoted to making and breaking camp, negotiating with local authorities, and waiting for permission to proceed. The porters who carried the expedition's supplies were essential to its success. They balanced heavy loads on their heads, walking barefoot along paths that Europeans found exhausting even without burdens. Many of them came from the coast, professional carriers who knew the routes and the customs of the peoples along them. Others were recruited from villages along the way, replacing those who had deserted or died. The work was brutal, the pay minimal, the risks considerable. Porters died of disease, exhaustion, and violence, and their deaths were often recorded only as numbers in the expedition's accounts. The trade goods that the expeditions carried were carefully chosen to appeal to the peoples of the interior. Cloth was the universal currency, measured in lengths and graded by quality. Glass beads, strung in particular patterns, were valued differently in different regions, and an expedition leader needed to know which beads would be accepted where. Wire, both brass and iron, could be made into ornaments and was valued by metal workers. Guns and powder were sometimes traded, though this was controversial, as it armed the peoples the expedition might later conflict with. The calculus of trade was complex, and a mistake could leave an expedition stranded without the means to purchase food or passage. The instruments that the explorers carried with them represented the best technology of their age. Sextants and chronometers allowed them to determine their position with reasonable accuracy, fixing latitudes and longitudes that could be plotted on maps. Thermometers measured the temperature of air and water, providing data on climate and altitude. Barometers estimated elevation, though they were sensitive to weather conditions and required careful calibration. Compasses guided direction through trackless landscapes. These instruments were fragile and required constant maintenance, and their readings were only as good as the skill of the observer who used them. The taking of observations was a ritual that punctuated each day of travel. At noon, if the sky was clear, the expedition leader would set up his sextant and measure the angle of the sun above the horizon, calculating latitude from the result. At night, if the stars were visible, he would take readings from known stars, checking his chronometer against the expected positions to estimate longitude. These calculations required mathematical skill and careful attention to detail. An error of a few minutes in the time or a few degrees in the angle could place a location hundreds of miles from its true position. The maps that resulted from these observations were approximations, useful guides rather than precise representations. The expeditions also carried equipment for collecting specimens and making scientific observations. Nets and traps for catching fish and small animals. Guns for shooting larger specimens. Presses for preserving plant material. Jars of alcohol for pickled specimens. Notebooks and sketchbooks for recording observations. The scientific work was secondary to the geographical mission, but it added considerably to European knowledge of African natural history. Many species were described for the first time from specimens collected by Nile explorers, their Latin names forever linked to the journeys that brought them to the attention of science. The medical supplies were crucial but inadequate. Quinine, derived from the bark of the South American cinchona tree, was the only effective treatment for malaria, and the expeditions carried as much as they could obtain. But quinine could not prevent infection, only reduce its severity, and the supply often ran short before the journey ended. Other medicines included laudanum for pain, calomel as a purgative, and various compounds of dubious efficacy. The explorers and their men suffered constantly from fever, dysentery, and infections that these medicines could do little to cure. Many died, and many more were permanently weakened by illnesses contracted during their travels. The fever that plagued the explorers was more than a mere inconvenience. It was a constant companion, a shadow that followed every expedition into the African interior. Malaria, caused by parasites transmitted through mosquito bites, was the most common and most feared. The symptoms began with chills and shaking, followed by high fever, sweating, and exhaustion. Repeated bouts weakened the body, damaged the liver and spleen, and sometimes proved fatal. The explorers learned to recognize the pattern, to take their quinine when the chills began, to rest when the fever peaked. But they could not escape it. The mosquitoes were everywhere, and there was no way to avoid being bitten. Burton suffered terribly from fever during the expedition to Tanganyika. His journals record days lost to delirium, nights spent shaking under blankets despite the tropical heat. His jaw became infected, possibly from an injury, and swelled so badly that he could barely speak or eat. He was carried on a litter for much of the journey, too weak to walk. Yet he continued to observe, to take notes, to document the peoples and landscapes through which they passed. His determination was remarkable, a testament to the Victorian ideal of endurance through adversity. Speke's afflictions were different, but equally severe. An infection affected his eyes, leaving him nearly blind for weeks at a time. He described the sensation of walking through a world reduced to blurs and shadows, unable to see the path ahead, dependent on guides and porters to lead him safely. A beetle crawled into his ear one night and had to be dug out with a knife, leaving him partially deaf and in constant pain. These injuries and illnesses accumulated, leaving permanent damage that would affect him for the rest of his life. The price of exploration was paid in flesh and suffering. The diseases of Africa were not merely obstacles to be overcome, but forces that shaped the course of exploration. The tsetse fly, which transmitted sleeping sickness to humans and a related disease to cattle and horses, limited the areas where expeditions could travel with pack animals. The explorers had to carry their supplies on human backs, a slower and more laborious method. The malarial zones along the rivers and lakes were among the most scientifically interesting areas, but they were also the most dangerous to visit. Many explorers who survived their journeys died young, their constitutions broken by the fevers they had endured. The peoples of the lake region had their own relationships with these diseases, developed over generations of coexistence. They knew which areas were healthy and which were dangerous, which seasons brought fever and which brought relief. They had their own medicines derived from local plants and their own explanations for the causes of illness. This knowledge was rarely shared with the European explorers, who dismissed African medicine as superstition and relied on their inadequate European remedies. Only later, as tropical medicine developed as a scientific discipline, would researchers begin to recognize the value of African medical knowledge and incorporate it into their treatments. In February 1858, after 8 months of travel, the expedition reached the shores of Lake Tanganyika. This was a major discovery. Tanganyika was one of the Great Lakes of Africa, a body of water over 600 kilometers long and nearly 50 wide, set in a rift valley of extraordinary beauty. Burton and Speke were the first Europeans to see it, though Arab traders had known of its existence for years, and local peoples had lived along its shores for centuries. They explored the lake's shores, took measurements, and tried to determine whether it had any connection to the Nile. Burton believed that Tanganyika might be the source, but the evidence was inconclusive. The lake had a significant outflow, the Lukuga River, but this appeared to flow westward, toward the Congo. not northward toward the Nile. Without being able to trace the outlet definitively, Burton could not prove his theory. The question remained open, another mystery added to the catalogue of African geography. While Burton remained at Tanganyika, recovering from his illness and conducting further investigations, Speke decided to investigate reports of another great lake to the north. Local informants had told the expedition of a vast body of water, larger even than Tanganyika, lying several weeks' march to the northeast. Speke was intrigued. If this lake existed, it might prove to be the source of the Nile that everyone was seeking. Speke set out with a small party on the 9th of July 1858. His eyes had partially recovered, though his vision remained impaired. The journey was difficult, but uneventful. They crossed rolling highlands, passed through the territories of various chiefs, and followed paths that traders had used for generations. The landscape was green and fertile, well watered by seasonal rains, populated by farmers and herders who viewed the strangers with curiosity but not hostility. On the 3rd of August 1858, Speke climbed a rise and saw, spread out before him, the southern shore of an immense lake. The water stretched to the horizon, as vast as an inland sea, its surface broken by islands and promontories. The shore was fringed with papyrus and reeds, and fishing boats dotted the water near the villages that lined the coast. Speke named it Lake Victoria, after the Queen. The moment of discovery, if it can be called that, was surprisingly quiet. There was no fanfare, no ceremony, just a sick and exhausted man standing on a hill, looking at water. Speke had imagined this moment for years, had dreamed of finding the source of the Nile and claiming the prize that had eluded so many before him. Now that the moment had arrived, he found himself alone with his thoughts, surrounded by a landscape that had no idea of its significance to European geography. The local people fished in the lake, farmed along its shores, and lived their lives without any sense that a stranger had just renamed their world. Standing on that hilltop, watching the morning light play across the water, Speke felt a conviction that would define the rest of his life. He had found the source of the Nile. He was certain of it, though he had no proof. He had not traced any outlet from the lake. He had not followed the water northward to its junction with the known Nile. He had only seen the lake and felt in his bones that this was the answer to the oldest geographical question in the world. He wrote in his journal that he no longer entertained any doubt that the lake gave birth to the Nile, though he acknowledged that the claim would require verification. The scale of Victoria was overwhelming. Speke could not see across it, could not determine its shape, could not know how far it extended to the north and west. He spent several days on its shores, taking observations, questioning local people about the lake's extent and outlets. They told him of a river that flowed out of the northern shore, carrying the lake's waters toward the north. But Speke could not verify this himself. He did not have the time, the supplies, or the strength to circumnavigate the lake or trace the reported outlet. He had to be content with what he had seen, with the conviction that burned in his mind, with the hope that he would return to prove what he believed. When Speke returned to Burton with news of his discovery, the reaction was not what he had hoped. Burton was skeptical. Speke had not circumnavigated the lake, had not found an outlet, had not done the careful work required to prove his claim. All he had was a conviction, an intuition, a feeling that could not be verified by the standards of scientific geography. Burton, ever the scholar, demanded evidence. Speke, ever the soldier, insisted that his eyes had told him the truth. The disagreement would fester into a bitter feud that would last until Speke's death. The two men returned to Zanzibar and then to England, arriving separately after quarrelling over who should have priority in announcing their discoveries. Speke reached London first and immediately went to the Royal Geographical Society to claim the prize. He announced that he had found the source of the Nile at Lake Victoria. The society was excited but cautious. Speke's claim was extraordinary, but it rested on incomplete evidence. A second expedition would be needed to verify it, to trace the outlet of Victoria and follow it northward to the known reaches of the Nile. Burton, meanwhile, published his own account of the expedition, emphasizing his leadership and questioning Speke's conclusions. The relationship between the two men deteriorated into public acrimony. They exchanged bitter letters, gave competing lectures, and accused each other of incompetence and dishonesty. The geographical community was divided. Some believed Speke had indeed found the source of the Nile. Others thought the question remained open. The only way to settle the matter was to return to Africa and finish the work. The controversy was not merely personal. It touched on deeper questions about how geographical knowledge should be established, about the relationship between observation and inference, about the standards of proof required for scientific claims. Burton represented a scholarly approach, demanding rigorous evidence before accepting any conclusion. Speke represented a more intuitive method, trusting his senses and his instincts to reveal the truth. Both approaches had their merits, and both had their limitations. The resolution would require not argument, but exploration. In 1860, Speke set out again, this time with a new partner, James Augustus Grant, a fellow Scottish officer who had served with him in India. Grant was a solid, dependable man, less brilliant than Burton, but more agreeable. The two men got along well, and their partnership would prove durable through the hardships to come. The expedition was larger and better equipped than the first, though it faced many of the same challenges. The route from the coast to Victoria was long and dangerous, passing through territories controlled by powerful chiefs who demanded payment for passage. Some of these negotiations took weeks, as Speke and Grant haggled over the price of transit, distributed gifts of cloth and beads, and waited for permission to continue. The political situation in the lake region was complex. Several kingdoms competed for power, and the arrival of European explorers was viewed with suspicion by some and opportunity by others. The expedition reached the southern shore of Lake Victoria in late 1861 and began working its way around the western side of the lake. The going was slow. Local politics were complicated, and the expedition was often delayed by the need to pay respects to rulers, resolve disputes, and avoid areas of active conflict. Grant fell ill with an infected leg and was forced to rest for months at a time, unable to walk or ride. Speke pressed on alone, driven by his obsession with proving his theory. The kingdoms through which the expeditions passed were sophisticated political entities with their own histories, rivalries, and ambitions. Buganda, on the northern shore of Lake Victoria, was one of the most powerful states in the region. Its king, the Kabaka, ruled through an elaborate bureaucracy of chiefs and officials, and his court was a center of politics, diplomacy, and intrigue. Speke spent weeks at the court of Kabaka Mutesa, observing the rituals of power, participating in audiences, and attempting to secure permission to continue his journey. The kingdom of Bunyoro, to the northwest of Buganda, was another major power, engaged in long-standing rivalry with its southern neighbor. The expeditions became entangled in these rivalries, sometimes by accident and sometimes by design. Local rulers saw the Europeans as potential allies, sources of guns and trade goods that could tip the balance of power. The explorers, for their part, needed the cooperation of these rulers to travel through their territories, and they dispensed gifts, made promises, and played politics with varying degrees of success. The smaller chiefdoms and communities through which the caravans passed had their own concerns. Some welcomed the trade that the expeditions brought, exchanging food and labor for cloth and beads. Others viewed the strangers with suspicion, demanding tribute for passage, or refusing to allow them through at all. Violence was always a possibility, and several expeditions had to fight their way through hostile territory, leaving casualties on both sides. The line between exploration and invasion was often unclear, and the memories of these encounters persisted long after the explorers had departed. On the 28th of July 1862, Speke reached the place where a river poured out of the northern shore of Lake Victoria. At a point he named Ripon Falls, after the president of the Royal Geographical Society. The waters of the lake spilled over a rock ledge and began their journey northward. It was not a dramatic waterfall, just a gentle cascade a few meters high, spread across a wide front where the water tumbled over rocks before gathering into a single channel. But to Speke, it was the most beautiful sight in the world. He had found the source of the Nile. Speke spent several days at Ripon Falls, taking measurements, making observations, and savoring his triumph. The river that flowed from the falls was unmistakably the beginning of the Nile. It headed northward through a broad valley, gathering tributaries as it went, growing wider and deeper with each passing mile. The local people called it the Kavira, and they knew it flowed toward the lands of the Arabs far to the north. Speke had connected the dots, had traced the water from Victoria to the known Nile, had answered the question that had puzzled geographers for millennia. Following the river downstream, Speke and Grant linked this outflow to the already known reaches of the White Nile, creating for many Europeans the first continuous mental line from a specific lake outlet to the Nile in Egypt. The journey was not without incident. They passed through territories controlled by hostile rulers, were delayed by warfare and famine, and at times feared for their lives. But they persevered, driven by the knowledge that they were completing one of the great geographical journeys of the age. The expedition continued northward, following the river through the kingdom of Bunyoro, until Speke noted the point where the river appeared to enter another body of water. This was Lake Albert, though Speke did not explore it himself. He had done enough to prove his point. The Nile flowed from Lake Victoria, and Ripon Falls was the point where the great river began its journey to the sea. The expedition reached Gondokoro, an outpost on the Upper Nile, in February 1863, where they were met by boats and supplies sent from Khartoum. From there, they descended the river to Egypt and eventually returned to England. Speke arrived to a hero's welcome. He had solved the mystery of the Nile, traced the river from its source to the Mediterranean, answered the question that had occupied geographers since antiquity. The Royal Geographical Society celebrated him, the public acclaimed him, and his book, Journal of the Discovery of the Source of the Nile, became a bestseller. But the controversy was not over. Burton and his supporters continued to question Speke's conclusions. They pointed out that Speke had not circumnavigated Victoria, had not proven that it was a single lake rather than multiple bodies of water, had not demonstrated that Ripon Falls was the only outlet. Perhaps there were other rivers flowing from Victoria, other sources that contributed to the Nile's volume. Perhaps the true source lay not at Ripon Falls, but somewhere further south, in the highlands that fed the lake itself. A debate was scheduled for the British Association for the Advancement of Science meeting in Bath in September 1864. Burton and Speke were to face each other, present their evidence, and let the scientific community judge between them. It promised to be one of the great intellectual confrontations of the age, a clash of personalities and theories that would settle the question once and for all. On the afternoon of the 15th of September 1864, the day before the debate was to take place, Speke went hunting on his cousin's estate near Neston Park. While crossing a low wall, his shotgun discharged, and he was killed. The death was ruled accidental, though rumors of suicide persisted. Speke had seemed confident of his position, but the stress of the controversy had taken its toll. Whether the shooting was an accident or something darker, the debate never took place. Burton was left without an opponent, and the question of the Nile's source passed from public controversy into historical inquiry. While Speke and Grant had been approaching Victoria from the east, another expedition had been working its way upstream from the north. Samuel White Baker and his remarkable companion Florence, whom he had rescued from a slave market in Hungary and who had later become his wife, had set out from Khartoum in 1861 with the intention of meeting Speke and Grant and continuing the exploration of the Upper Nile. The Bakers were adventurers in the truest sense, willing to endure any hardship in pursuit of discovery. The journey upstream was grueling. The Sud remained a formidable barrier, and the Bakers spent months struggling through its channels. Their boats stuck fast in the vegetation, their progress measured in meters per day. The swamp seemed endless, a maze of papyrus and floating islands where the river disappeared and reappeared without warning. The heat was oppressive, the insects relentless, and fever stalked the expedition constantly. Men died, deserted, or became too sick to continue. But the Bakers pressed on, driven by determination and a refusal to accept defeat. Beyond the swamps, they entered territories that had rarely seen Europeans, negotiating with suspicious chiefs, fighting off hostile tribes, and coping with recurring bouts of illness. Florence proved to be as tough as her husband, enduring conditions that would have broken most Victorian ladies, riding horses through swamps and across savannas, sleeping on the ground, and recovering from illnesses that brought her to the edge of death. She was his partner in every sense, sharing the hardships and the triumphs of the journey. In February 1863, the Bakers met Speke and Grant coming downstream from their discovery at Ripon Falls. The meeting was cordial, if brief. Speke told Baker of Lake Victoria and Ripon Falls, and mentioned that there was another lake further north that he had heard of but not seen. The local people called it Luta and Zieg, and it was said to lie somewhere to the west, connected to the Nile by a river that flowed between the two lakes. Baker decided to continue southward and find this lake himself. It took another year of travel through territories racked by civil war and slave raiding before Baker reached his goal. The journey was one of the most difficult in the history of African exploration. They were repeatedly delayed by illness, warfare, and the need to negotiate passage through hostile territories. At one point, Florence collapsed and was thought to be dying, her fever so severe that Baker prepared her grave. But she recovered, and they continued, determined to complete their mission. In March 1864, Samuel Baker stood on the shore of a great lake, which he named Lake Albert, after Prince Albert, the recently deceased husband of Queen Victoria. The lake stretched away to the north and south, its waters deep blue against the green of the surrounding hills. It was a magnificent sight, and Baker knew immediately that he had added another piece to the puzzle of the Nile's sources. Lake Albert added complexity to the geography of the Upper Nile. The river that flowed from Victoria passed through this second lake before continuing northward to Sudan. The two lakes were connected, part of a system that drained the highlands of equatorial Africa and fed the Great River. But Albert also had other tributaries, streams flowing from the mountains to the west, contributing their waters to the Nile's flow. The picture was becoming more complicated. The source of the Nile was not a single point, but a network, a system of lakes and rivers spread across a vast region. The Bakers explored the shores of Albert for several weeks, mapping what they could, taking notes on the local peoples, and marveling at the scenery. The lake lay in a rift valley, surrounded by mountains that rose steeply from the water's edge. To the west, the peaks of the Ruwenzori Range were occasionally visible through the clouds, snow-capped mountains standing on the equator, just as Ptolemy had imagined 2,000 years before. The mountains of the moon, it seemed, were not entirely imaginary after all. After their return to England, the Bakers were celebrated as heroes. Samuel was knighted, and both he and Florence received medals from the Royal Geographical Society. Their journey had been extraordinary, one of the most arduous in the history of African exploration. But it had also raised new questions. If the Nile flowed from Victoria through Albert and onward to the sea, what fed the lakes themselves? Were there further sources to the south, streams and rivers that gathered in the highlands and trickled down to the great reservoirs? The search was not over. It was only beginning to reveal its true complexity. The decade following Speke and Baker's discoveries saw a flurry of activity in the Upper Nile region. Egyptian forces, under the direction of the Khedive Ismail, pushed southward into the lakes region, establishing posts and attempting to suppress the slave trade that had destabilized the area. British and American officers were hired to lead these expeditions, and they added significantly to the geographical knowledge of the region. Charles George Gordon, the British general who would later die at Khartoum, served as governor of the equatorial provinces from 1874 to 1876. Gordon was a complex figure, devoutly religious, fiercely independent, and possessed of an energy that bordered on mania. He traveled constantly, by boat, by horse, by foot, mapping the Upper Nile and its tributaries with a precision that had been impossible before. His officers explored Lake Kyoga, a shallow body of water that lay between Victoria and Albert, adding another link to the chain of lakes that fed the river. The American officer Charles Charles Long, serving under Gordon, made several journeys in the region, exploring the connections between the various lakes and rivers. He traced the course of the Nile from Ripon Falls through Lake Kyoga to Lake Albert, confirming the system that earlier explorers had inferred. His work was meticulous, filling in details that Speke and Baker had been forced to leave blank. Henry Morton Stanley, the journalist turned explorer who had found David Livingstone in 1871, made his own contribution to the map. In 1875, Stanley circumnavigated Lake Victoria, confirming its size and shape, and establishing definitively that Ripon Falls was its only significant outlet. He then explored Lake Albert and the rivers that fed it, filling in details that earlier explorers had missed. Stanley's expeditions were large, well-funded, and ruthlessly efficient, and they completed the mapping of the Upper Nile system that had begun with Speke 20 years before. By the end of the 1870s, the basic geography of the Upper Nile was understood. Victoria was the great reservoir, fed by rainfall and smaller rivers, draining through Ripon Falls into a river that passed through Kyoga and Albert before becoming the White Nile that flowed through Sudan to Khartoum. The system was more complex than Speke had imagined, but his fundamental insight had been correct. The Nile did flow from Lake Victoria, and Ripon Falls was the point where the great river began its journey to the sea. The natural world through which the expeditions travelled was as remarkable as the human societies they encountered. The Great Rift Valley, which contains Lakes Tanganyika and Albert, is one of the most dramatic geological features on Earth, a fracture in the continental crust that stretches from the Red Sea to Mozambique. The lakes that fill the valley bottoms are ancient and deep, home to fish species found nowhere else, evolved in isolation over millions of years. The explorers were struck by the beauty of these landscapes, even as they struggled through them, and their journals contain passages of genuine wonder amid the accounts of hardship and disease. The wildlife of East Africa was abundant in the mid-19th century, before the great slaughters that would come with colonial rule. Elephants roamed in herds across the savannas, their ivory the primary target of the trade routes the explorers followed. Lions, leopards, and hyenas were common, and the expeditions lost men and animals to predation. Hippopotamuses filled the rivers, dangerous to boats and swimmers alike. Crocodiles basked on the banks. The bird life was spectacular, from the great flocks of flamingos on the alkaline lakes, to the crowned cranes that stalked through the grasslands, to the fish eagles that screamed from the trees along the lakeshores. The explorers themselves were amateur naturalists, collecting specimens when they could, making notes on the animals and plants they encountered. Burton was particularly observant, describing species that were new to European science, speculating on their relationships, and contributing to the growing body of knowledge about African wildlife. Speke, a keen hunter, shot specimens for collection and food, recording his kills with the enthusiasm of a Victorian sportsman. Their journals are valuable sources for understanding the ecology of East Africa before the transformations of the colonial period. The lakes themselves were worlds unto themselves, ecosystems of extraordinary richness and complexity. Lake Victoria, the largest tropical lake on Earth, covers an area greater than Ireland. Its waters support hundreds of species of fish, many of them found nowhere else, evolved in isolation over millions of years. The cichlids of Victoria became famous among biologists as an example of rapid evolution, a single ancestral species diversifying into hundreds of distinct forms, each adapted to a different niche in the lake's varied habitats. This diversity was largely unknown to the Victorian explorers, who saw only the surface of the water and the fish that local people caught for food. Lake Tanganyika, even more ancient than Victoria, harbors its own unique fauna. The lake is so deep and so old that its waters are stratified into distinct layers, with oxygen-rich surface waters floating above oxygen-poor depths where little can survive. The fish and invertebrates that live in Tanganyika have evolved in isolation for millions of years, developing forms and behaviors found nowhere else. The lake contains more species of freshwater crabs and snails than any other body of water on Earth, living fossils that provide windows into evolutionary processes. Lake Albert, smaller than the other Great Lakes but still substantial, lies in the western Rift Valley beneath the peaks of the Ruwenzori. Its waters are warm and productive, supporting dense populations of fish and the birds that feed on them. The Nile flows through Albert on its way north, carrying the accumulated waters of Victoria and the smaller lakes between. The papyrus swamps that border the lake provide habitat for hippos, crocodiles, and countless water birds, a rich ecosystem that the explorers could only glimpse from their boats and camps. The mountains that overlooked the lakes were slower to yield their secrets. The Ruwenzori Range, which rises to over 5,000 meters between Lakes Albert and Edward, was not climbed by Europeans until 1906, decades after the main phase of Nile exploration. These mountains are shrouded in cloud for most of the year, their peaks invisible from the valleys below. The explorers caught occasional glimpses of snow on clear days, but could not approach closely enough to study them in detail. When climbers finally reached the summits, they found landscapes of extraordinary beauty. Glaciers, alpine meadows, giant lobelias and groundsels adapted to the cold, streams cascading down through layers of vegetation toward the distant lakes. The Ruwenzori may be the mountains that Ptolemy called the Mountains of the Moon, the snow-capped peaks from which the Nile was said to flow. The connection is uncertain but suggestive. The mountains do contribute water to the Nile system through streams that flow into Lake Edward and thence to Lake Albert. The snow that caps their peaks does melt and feed these streams, just as the ancient geographers imagined. Whether the story of Diogenes and his journey to the White Mountains reflects an actual visit to the Ruwenzori or to some other range will never be known. But the coincidence is striking enough to suggest that the old legends contain some truth, filtered through centuries of transmission and elaboration. The Ethiopian highlands, source of the Blue Nile, were better known to Europeans, but no less dramatic. These mountains rise to over 4,000 meters, a vast plateau of volcanic rock eroded into gorges and pinnacles of spectacular beauty. The Blue Nile carves one of the world's great canyons through this plateau, dropping hundreds of meters through rapids and waterfalls before reaching the lowlands of Sudan. The highland climate is temperate despite the tropical latitude, supporting agriculture, forests, and grasslands where lions and wolves once roamed. The isolation of these highlands allowed Ethiopian civilization to develop independently, a Christian kingdom that survived the Islamic conquests that transformed the rest of Northeast Africa. The rhythm of travel became its own kind of meditation for those who endured it. Each day began before dawn with the sounds of camp breaking, porters gathering their loads, guides consulting about the route ahead, cooks packing the remnants of the morning meal. The caravan would move out in the grey light, following paths worn by generations of travelers, passing through landscapes that shifted gradually from forest to grassland, from valley to ridge. The hours of walking were punctuated by rest stops, by the crossing of streams, by encounters with local people who came to trade or simply to stare at the strangers. By midday, the heat would become oppressive, and the caravan would halt beneath whatever shade could be found. This was the time for observations, for journal writing, for the small repairs and maintenance that kept the expedition functioning. The afternoon march was shorter, ending while there was still light enough to make camp and prepare for the night. Fires were lit, guards posted, meals cooked. The explorers would take their readings of the stars, record the day's progress, and plan for the journey ahead. Then sleep, uneasy and often broken by fever or the sounds of the African night, until dawn brought the cycle around again. This rhythm continued for months at a time, broken only by prolonged halts for negotiation or illness. The landscape changed with painful slowness, each ridge revealing another ridge beyond, each valley leading to another valley. The distances were vast beyond anything in European experience. A journey that might take hours by modern vehicle took weeks or months on foot, every mile paid for in sweat and suffering. The explorers who completed these journeys had walked thousands of kilometers through some of the most difficult terrain on Earth, a physical achievement that deserves recognition alongside their geographical discoveries. The nights in the African interior had a quality that impressed even the most hardened travelers. Away from cities and their lights, the sky blazed with stars in numbers that European observers had rarely seen. The Milky Way stretched across the heavens, a river of light that echoed the earthly river the explorers sought. Unfamiliar constellations wheeled overhead, markers of the journey south from the familiar skies of home. The Southern Cross, invisible from Europe, rose higher each night as the expeditions approached the equator, a symbol of the new world they were entering. The sounds of the night were equally strange and memorable. The calls of insects, birds, and animals created a constant backdrop, rising and falling with the hours. Hyenas whooped in the distance. Lions roared from the hills. Tree hyraxes screamed their unearthly screams from the forest canopy. Hippos grunted in the rivers. Elephants crashed through the undergrowth. To lie in a tent or beneath the stars surrounded by these sounds was to feel both the vastness of Africa and the fragility of human presence within it. The experience of the journey transformed those who undertook it. Men who had set out as adventurers returned as something different, marked by what they had seen and endured, unable to explain fully to those who had stayed home what the months of travel had meant. Some wrote memoirs and gave lectures, trying to convey the strangeness and beauty of what they had witnessed. Others retreated into silence, finding that the experience could not be communicated in words. The Nile explorers joined a long tradition of travelers to distant places who discovered that the journey changed them more than they changed the world. The written records of the expeditions provide windows into a world that has largely disappeared. The journals kept by Burton, Speke, Baker, and others describe landscapes, peoples, and customs with varying degrees of accuracy and sympathy. They are valuable sources for historians, anthropologists, and ecologists, though they must be read critically with attention to the biases and limitations of their authors. The published accounts, intended for popular audiences, were often dramatized and simplified, omitting the tedium and suffering in favor of adventure and discovery. The unpublished journals, where they survive, offer a more candid view of what exploration actually entailed. The illustrations that accompanied these accounts shaped European perceptions of Africa for generations. Engravings based on sketches made in the field showed dramatic landscapes, exotic wildlife, and picturesque native scenes. These images were often romanticized, presenting Africa as a land of beauty and danger, primitive and unspoiled, waiting to be explored and exploited. The visual language of exploration established conventions that persisted well into the 20th century, influencing everything from travel writing to colonial propaganda to the emerging medium of documentary film. The maps produced by the expeditions were their most enduring legacy. For the first time, the geography of the Upper Nile was represented with reasonable accuracy, the positions of lakes and rivers fixed by astronomical observation rather than speculation. These maps were immediately incorporated into the standard atlases, replacing the imaginary features that had populated earlier representations. The mountains of the moon disappeared, replaced by the Ruwenzori range in its proper location. The twin lakes of Ptolemy gave way to Victoria, Albert, Tanganyika, and the other real bodies of water that the explorers had seen and measured. Africa ceased to be a blank space and became, for European audiences, a known and mappable territory. The slave trade that had disrupted the lake region for generations added another layer of suffering to the world the explorers encountered. Arab and Swahili traders had been operating in the interior for centuries, purchasing captives from local rulers and marching them to the coast for sale. The trade had destabilized societies, encouraged warfare, and created a climate of fear and suspicion that made travel difficult. The explorers encountered caravans of slaves on the paths, witnessed the brutality of the traders, and recorded their observations in journals that would later be used to justify European intervention. The anti-slavery movement in Britain seized on these accounts as evidence of African barbarism that could only be ended by European rule. The relationship between exploration and empire was complex and contested even at the time. Many explorers saw themselves as scientists rather than conquerors, motivated by curiosity about the natural world rather than desire for territory. They often developed respect for the African peoples they encountered, admiring their skills, their hospitality, their knowledge of the land. But they also participated in a system that treated Africa as a resource to be exploited, and their discoveries enabled the colonial partition that would follow. The maps they drew became instruments of empire, used to define boundaries, allocate territories, and assert European control over lands that had governed themselves for millennia. The aftermath of exploration was swift and brutal. Within a generation of the Nile discoveries, the entire region had been divided among European powers. Britain claimed Uganda and the Upper Nile, controlling the headwaters of the river that fed Egypt. Germany took Tanganyika and Rwanda-Burundi, the lands that Speke and Burton had traversed. Belgium seized the Congo, including the western shore of Lake Tanganyika. These colonial territories would last for decades, restructuring African societies according to European models, extracting labor and resources, and leaving legacies that persist to the present day. The explorers themselves mostly did not live to see this colonial transformation. Speke died in 1864, the year of his fatal shooting accident. Burton lived until 1890, but spent his later years in consular posts far from Africa. Baker became governor of the equatorial provinces under Egyptian rule, attempting to suppress the slave trade, but his efforts were undermined by local resistance and distant politics. Stanley became the most famous of all, his journeys across Africa making him a celebrity and a symbol of the age of exploration. But even Stanley came to question the consequences of his discoveries, expressing doubts in his later years about the colonial scramble he had helped to enable. But even as the maps were being completed, a troubling question remained. Lake Victoria might be the immediate source of the White Nile, but what was the source of Lake Victoria? The lake was fed by rainfall, certainly, but also by rivers flowing in from the south and west. The largest of these was the Kagera River, which rose in the highlands of what are now Rwanda and Burundi, hundreds of kilometers from the lake. If the source of the Nile was defined not as the lake itself, but as the most distant stream feeding into the lake, then the true source lay somewhere in those green hills, in springs and marshes and trickling brooks that gathered into the Kagera and eventually reached Victoria. This was a different kind of problem than the one Speke had solved. Speke had found the great reservoir from which the Nile flowed. But rivers do not begin at reservoirs. They begin in rain falling on hillsides, in groundwater seeping from rock, in springs bubbling up from aquifers. The Nile, by this definition, began not at Ripon Falls, but at some remote point in the mountains of Central Africa, a point that might be impossible to identify with certainty. The search for the ultimate source continued into the 20th century. German explorers traced the Kagera to its headwaters in the 1890s, identifying several tributaries as candidates for the most distant source. The question became entangled with colonial politics, as European powers divided Africa among themselves and established boundaries that cut across the Nile's catchment area. different authorities identified different streams as the true beginning of the river, and the matter was never definitively settled. Modern hydrologists have traced the Kagera to its own tributaries and identified several candidates for the ultimate source of the Nile. The Ruvironza River in Burundi is often cited as the most distant headwater, rising in Kibera Forest near the Burundian-Rwandan border. Other streams in the region have their own claims, rising in the highlands and flowing through marshes and valleys before joining the main channel. The matter remains debated and perhaps undeterminable, because rivers do not have single sources. They have catchment areas, regions where rainfall gathers and flows downhill until it reaches the sea. The Blue Nile complicates the picture further. This branch of the river, rising at Lake Tana in Ethiopia, contributes the majority of the Nile's water during the annual flood. The rains that fall on the Ethiopian highlands each summer swell the Blue Nile to a torrent, and this water, laden with silt from the volcanic soils, is what made Egypt fertile for millennia. In terms of water volume, particularly during the flood season, the Blue Nile is more important than the White Nile. In terms of length, the White Nile, fed by Victoria, is longer. Which is the true source? The question depends on how you define the term. Lake Tana itself is fed by numerous streams flowing from the surrounding highlands. The largest of these is the Little Abay, which rises about 100 kilometers south of the lake in a region of steep hills and dense forest. Some authorities have identified a spring called Gish Abay as the source of the Blue Nile, a sacred site revered by Ethiopian Christians for centuries. Pilgrims have visited Gish Abay for generations, drawn by the spiritual significance of the Nile's waters. But this too is only one of many candidates. The Blue Nile, like the White Nile, is a gathering of waters, not a single stream with a single beginning. The Ethiopian highlands also contribute to the Nile through other tributaries. The Atbara River, which joins the main Nile north of Khartoum, rises in the Ethiopian highlands and floods dramatically each summer. The Sobrit River, which joins the White Nile south of Khartoum, is fed by streams from the Ethiopian borderlands. The Nile is not one river, but many, a system of waters that converge in the deserts of Sudan and flow together through Egypt to the Mediterranean. To speak of a single source is to impose a simplicity that the geography does not support. The seasonal variation in the Nile's flow reflects this complexity. During the dry season, the White Nile provides most of the water that reaches Egypt, its flow sustained by the great reservoirs of Victoria and Albert. But during the summer flood, the Blue Nile dominates, its waters swollen by the monsoon rains that drench the Ethiopian highlands. The flood that sustained Egyptian civilization for 5,000 years came primarily from Ethiopia, not from the equatorial lakes. The question of the source is not just geographical, but seasonal, depending on when you ask it. The spiritual significance of the Nile extended far beyond its practical utility. For the ancient Egyptians, the river was divine, a manifestation of cosmic order that structured all of existence. For the peoples of the lake region, the waters had their own sacred meanings, associated with spirits and ancestors, with fertility and death, with the rhythms of life that the river sustained. These meanings did not disappear with the arrival of Christianity and Islam, but were transformed and incorporated into new religious frameworks. The holy sites along the Nile, from the springs of Gish Abay in Ethiopia to the confluence at Khartoum, to the delta where the river meets the sea, continued to attract pilgrims and worshippers who sought connection with something larger than themselves. The cartographic ghosts of earlier centuries faded slowly from the maps. Ptolemy's Mountains of the Moon which had anchored European understanding of the Nile for 1,500 years, were gradually replaced by more accurate representations. The process was not sudden. Even after Speke and Baker's discoveries, some cartographers continued to include the mountains of the Moon on their maps, placing them vaguely in the interior, where the Ruwenzori range was later found. In the 17th century, the Jesuit scholar Athanasius Kircher had produced elaborate diagrams showing the Nile's source in underground chambers beneath African mountains, fed by channels that connected the surface lakes to hidden reservoirs. His illustrations were beautiful, imaginative, and entirely fictional, products of an age that valued ingenious theory over empirical observation. Kircher's underground rivers joined Ptolemy's mountains of the Moon in the mythology of the Nile, speculations that became more elaborate as actual knowledge remained scarce. The French cartographer Guillaume de Lille, working in the early 18th century, was among the first to strip away the accumulated legends and represent Africa as it was actually known. His maps showed blank spaces where earlier cartographers had drawn imaginary features, an acknowledgement that the interior remained unexplored. The mountains of the Moon disappeared from de Lille's maps, replaced by the honest admission that no one knew what lay in those regions. It was a revolutionary approach, treating ignorance as preferable to invention. But the mountains returned in later maps, testimony to the enduring power of Ptolemy's authority and the human need to fill empty spaces with something. It was not until the late 19th century, when the entire region had been surveyed and mapped with reasonable accuracy, that the old legends finally disappeared. The Ruwenzori Mountains themselves were not explored until the 1880s, when Stanley's expedition caught glimpses of their snow-capped peaks through breaks in the clouds. These mountains, rising to over 5,000 meters, do contribute water to the Nile system through streams that flow into Lake Albert. In that sense, Ptolemy's ancient speculation contained a grain of truth. There were snow-capped mountains near the equator, and they did feed the Nile, but they were not the primary source of the river, only one element in a complex system of lakes, rivers, and rainfall that stretched across half a continent. It is worth pausing to consider what was lost in the European rush to discover and name the sources of the Nile. The lakes and rivers of equatorial Africa were not unknown before Burton and Speke arrived. They had names, histories, and meanings that predated European contact by centuries. Lake Victoria was called Nyanza by the peoples who lived on its shores, a name meaning simply the lake, or in some usages, the lake spirit. Lake Albert had several local names, including Mwitanzij, meaning the killer of locusts, referring to the swarms that drowned in its waters. The rivers and mountains had their own names, their own stories, their own significance in the cultures that knew them. The European explorers replaced these names with their own, honoring queens and princes and geographical society presidents who had never seen Africa and never would. This was more than a matter of nomenclature. It was an assertion of ownership, a claim that the geography of Africa belonged to those who mapped it, rather than those who lived within it. The discovery narrative erased the knowledge that Africans had accumulated over generations, treating the continent as empty until European eyes had seen it. The human cost of the expeditions was considerable. Porters died of disease and exhaustion, carrying loads through swamps and over mountains, so that European explorers could claim their discoveries. Villages were sometimes looted for supplies when negotiations broke down. The slave trade that had destabilized the region was sometimes suppressed and sometimes exploited by the explorers and the forces that followed them. The kingdoms of the lake region were drawn into conflicts not of their making, as European powers competed for control of the Nile's headwaters. The discovery of the source was not a neutral act of geographical inquiry. It was part of a larger process of colonization that would reshape the continent for generations to come. The porters, guides, and interpreters who made the expeditions possible were largely written out of the story. Their names, when they were recorded at all, appear only as footnotes. Their knowledge of routes, seasons, and local politics was essential to the explorers' success, but it was rarely acknowledged. The Europeans received the credit, the titles, the medals. The Africans who carried them through the wilderness, who nursed them through fevers, who negotiated on their behalf with suspicious chiefs, remained anonymous, their contributions erased by the very history they helped to make. In the 20th century, the Nile became less a mystery than a resource, less a question to be answered than a commodity to be managed. The colonial and post-colonial governments that controlled the river's course built dams and irrigation systems, diverted water for agriculture and industry, and competed for control of a flow that was never adequate for everyone's needs. The romance of exploration gave way to the hard calculus of hydrology, of cubic meters per second, of storage capacity and evaporation rates. The Aswan High Dam in Egypt, completed in 1970, created Lake Nasser and ended the annual flood that had sustained Egyptian agriculture since pharaonic times. The dam provided electricity and water storage, but it also trapped the silt that had fertilized the delta for millennia, requiring farmers to use artificial fertilizers instead. The trade-offs were debated at the time and remain debated today. The dam transformed the Nile from a living, variable river into a controlled canal, its flow regulated by engineers rather than seasons. Upstream, Uganda built the Owen Falls Dam at the site of Ripon Falls, submerging the cascade that Speke had celebrated and converting the outlet of Lake Victoria into a regulated flow. The dam provides electricity for Uganda and Kenya, but it has also altered the lake's ecology, affecting fish populations and the communities that depend on them. The cascade that marked the beginning of the Nile, the place where Speke stood in triumph on that July day in 1862, now lies beneath the waters of a reservoir. The political geography of the Nile Basin became a matter of intense dispute in the late 20th and early 21st centuries. Ethiopia, which contributes the majority of the Nile's water through the Blue Nile, began developing its own hydroelectric resources, challenging agreements made during the colonial era that gave Egypt the dominant share of the river's flow. The Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, under construction since 2011, has become a source of tension between Ethiopia, Sudan, and Egypt. Each country claims a right to the river's waters, and the negotiations have been difficult. The question of the Nile's source, which once seemed a matter of pure geography, has become entangled with questions of sovereignty, development, and survival. Modern science has added new dimensions to our understanding of the river. Satellite imagery can track the Nile's flow in real time, measuring the water levels in each lake, the snowpack on the Ethiopian highlands, the extent of the floods in the Sud. Climate models project how the river will respond to global warming, with some scenarios predicting decreased rainfall in the catchment area, and others suggesting increased variability. The Nile, which sustained one of the world's oldest civilizations, now faces an uncertain future, its waters stressed by population growth, agricultural demand, and the changing climate. And yet, the mystery of the Nile has not entirely disappeared. The river still rises each year, swelled by rains that fall on distant highlands, carrying water that began its journey in forests and marshes 1,000 kilometers away. The connection between cause and effect, between rainfall in Rwanda and irrigation in Egypt, is no less remarkable for being understood. The system of lakes and rivers that the Victorian explorers mapped with such effort continues to function, still imperfectly known, still capable of surprise. The legacy of the Nile explorers is mixed. They added enormously to European knowledge of African geography, filling in one of the last great blank spaces on the map. They brought back specimens, observations, and descriptions that advanced scientific understanding of the continent. They produced narratives of adventure and endurance that inspired generations of readers and shaped popular conceptions of exploration. Speke, Burton, Baker, Stanley, and the others became heroes of Victorian culture, their names attached to lakes and mountains and falls, their stories told and retold in books and lectures and exhibitions. But they also participated in a larger project of European expansion that would bring immense suffering to Africa. The mapping of the Nile Basin was not disinterested science, but preparation for conquest. Within a generation of the explorers' journeys, the territories they had traversed would be divided among European powers, their peoples subjected to colonial rule, their resources extracted for the benefit of distant metropoles. The explorers did not create this colonialism, but they enabled it, providing the knowledge that made conquest possible and the narratives that justified it. The African peoples who lived along the Nile and its tributaries had their own relationships with the river, their own knowledge of its behavior, their own uses for its waters. These relationships predated European contact by millennia and continued throughout the colonial period, adapting to new circumstances while maintaining older patterns. Fishermen still cast their nets in Lake Victoria. Farmers still planted their crops in rhythm with the flood. Pastoralists still moved their herds between wet season and dry season pastures. The river that the Europeans discovered was a river that Africans had always known, by different names, for different purposes with different meanings. The idea of a source, a single point where the river begins, has given way to a more complex picture. The Nile is a gathering of waters, a convergence of countless streams and droplets, a patient accumulation of rain falling on half a continent. It begins everywhere and nowhere, in the clouds that form over the Indian Ocean, in the moisture that rises from the forests, in the springs that bubble up from underground aquifers. To stand at Ripon Falls, or at the headwaters of the Kagera, or at Lake Tana, is to stand at one beginning among many, one point in a system that has no true center. This is perhaps a more satisfying answer than the one the explorers sought. The Nile is not a riddle with a solution, but a process, a flow, a continuous movement of water from sky to sea. The question of where it begins is less important than the fact that it continues, that it has continued for millions of years, that it will continue long after the dams have crumbled and the cities along its banks have returned to sand. The river is older than any civilization it has nourished, and it will outlast them all. As we near the end of our journey tonight, let your thoughts drift like water finding its way downhill. The explorers who sought the source of the Nile were driven by curiosity, by ambition, by the human need to know. They endured hardships that are difficult to imagine, fevers that burn through their bodies, months of travel through hostile terrain, the constant uncertainty of what lay ahead. They were flawed people, products of their time, complicit in the injustices of empire, but they were also brave in their way, willing to risk everything for a glimpse of something no European had seen before. What they found was not what they expected. There was no single spring, no dramatic cascade, no neat answer to the question that had occupied geographers for millennia. Instead, there was a system, a network, a gathering of waters from across a vast region. The source of the Nile was everywhere and nowhere, distributed across lakes and rivers and rainstorms, impossible to pin down to a single point on a map. The mystery, in the end, was not solved so much as dissolved, replaced by a more nuanced understanding of how rivers work. The search reshaped geography. It filled in one of the last great blank spaces on the map of Africa. It revealed the extraordinary complexity of the equatorial lakes, the rift valleys, the snow-capped mountains that stood impossibly on the equator. It brought Africa into the European imagination in ways both constructive and destructive, opening the continent to scientific inquiry and colonial exploitation alike. The source of the Nile was never just a geographical question. It was a symbol, a prize, a token of the larger encounter between Europe and Africa that would define the modern history of both continents. Imagine now the rain falling on the hills of Central Africa. Soft rain, warm rain drifting down through the mist onto forests and fields. The droplets gather in rivulets, the rivulets in streams, the streams in rivers that flow toward the Great Lakes. The water moves slowly, patient as time itself, finding its way around obstacles, pooling in marshes, seeping through soil. There is no hurry. The rain that falls tonight will reach the Mediterranean in months or years, part of a flow that has continued without interruption for millions of years. The lakes are still tonight, their surfaces calm, reflecting the stars. Victoria stretches vast and dark, holding more water than all the rivers of England combined. Fish swim in its depths, as they have swum for thousands of years, unaware of the arguments that raged over their home. The river flows out through the dam where Ripon Falls once tumbled, regulated now but still flowing, still carrying the waters of equatorial Africa toward the distant sea. Let yourself be like that water, flowing gently toward rest. The questions that seemed so important, the tasks that awaited, the worries that kept you awake, all of these can dissolve into the flow. You are part of a larger movement, a current that carries you without effort, toward sleep, toward peace, toward the gentle stillness of the night. There is nothing to solve, nothing to discover, nothing to do but let go and drift. The Nile has no single source, and neither does rest. It gathers from many places, from the relaxation of your muscles, from the slowing of your breath, from the quieting of your mind. It accumulates like water in a catchment until it reaches a threshold and flows. Let it flow now. Let the day drain away like water finding its level. Let the thoughts that troubled you sink into the sediment, settling slowly to the bottom where they can wait until morning. If you're still awake, if these stories have brought you peace, please consider liking, subscribing, or sharing your midnight reflections with us. Your support helps our community grow and allows us to reach other fellow explorers wishing to find their rest. The Nile flows on, as it has always flowed, gathering waters from 1,000 sources, carrying them northward through desert and delta to the sea. The explorers who sought its origin have long since passed, their controversies settled by time, their names preserved in books that few now read. But the river continues, indifferent to fame, older than memory, patient beyond all human measure. And you too are carried gently, effortlessly, toward the rest you seek. The source is everywhere. The journey is complete. Let the river of sleep take you now. Let the questions fade, the thoughts dissolve, the world grow soft and still. Rest now and drift and sleep. The water finds its way, and so will you. Good night.